smile.
I had to stop and say hi to my grandkids. I'm sure it is.
What you do with Eldon?
Okay, you're online.
Tap, tap. Thank you, Warden. I'd like to call Planning Advisory Committee to order. I'd like to welcome our public members who could join us today, Pam and Sam. We appreciate you coming on this nice sunny day. First item on the agenda is approval of the minutes of June 16, 2026. Seeing no issues, I'll approve the minutes. First item on the agenda is the Plan 26-004, Andrew and Julie Gilby. Redesignation and rezoning infill, final report, Darby Sullivan. And Darby, you can begin when you're ready.
All right, thank you, Chair. So this is the redesignation and rezoning of 809 Horn Settlement Road. The property totals 9.45 hectares. It's currently split zoned between rural use and established residential neighborhood designation and zone. The application relates to just the rural use portion of the property. So the applicant is requesting the redesignation and rezoning as they plan to build a private road into the property and then subdivide off that private road. In the rural use zone, new roads are not permitted, so the redesignation and rezoning will result in the whole property being established residential neighborhood designation and zone. This is the development proposal. They suggest an additional 8 lots could be created, so 9 total. However, the land needs to be surveyed and meet the requirements of the subdivision bylaw. So these are the proposed amendments. On the left, we have the zoning, and on the right, we have the designation. Both would be established residential neighborhood designation and zone. So staff have referred to the MPS policies associated with the rural use designation, as well as general policies related to amending the MPS. Policy IM19B states that council shall have regard for the adequacy of site conditions for private on-site septic and water systems. The applicant engaged a hydrogeologist to conduct a level 1 groundwater assessment. The study found no potential environmental concerns. The underlying aquifer is capable of supplying sufficient water quantity and quality as long as the homes have conventional in-home treatment. Should the number of lots increase, the hydrogeologist suggests the study should be reviewed and potentially upgraded. So planning staff contacted Enfield Fire Department, RCMP, and the Municipal I&O Department for comments. They had no concerns about the rezoning of the property. They just highlighted requirements for private roads and compliance with municipal standards for private roads. Nova Scotia Public Works does not anticipate a negative impact on the road network. They suggest private road access is obtainable near the existing residential driveway for the property. So an advertisement outlining the proposal and indicating that it was under review was placed in a May edition of the Chronicle Herald. We had a PIM on June 2nd. 14 people attended. There was only one comment, and it was just to clarify if neighboring properties would also be rezoned. So questionnaires were mailed out to property owners within 300 meters of the property. We sent out 111 questionnaires, and we got 6 returned. We also got 1 this morning, so that's 7. Most responses had no concern or opposition. There were a few questions about adjacent properties being rezoned. A resident asked if there would be any businesses within the development. And then there was comments on where the private road should join Horn Settlement Road and discussion on neighborhood pride. So a letter was mailed to all property owners again within 300 meters indicating the date and time of the public hearing next week. A notice of public hearing was placed in the July 14th and today's edition of the Chronicle Herald, and the municipal website and social media pages have been updated regularly. So staff have reviewed the proposal to change a portion of the subject property to establish residential neighborhood zone and designation. The proposed amendments have been evaluated using all applicable policies in the MPS. Council's decision on this application is not appealable, and staff are recommending approval of this application. So the recommendation is to give second reading, and here's the recommended motion.
Thank you, Darby. What is your wish? Deputy Warden Dixon.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to make the recommended motion. Planning Advisory Committee recommends that council give second reading and approve the application to rezone and redesignate a portion of PID 450-80801 located on Horn Summit Road from rural use RU to established residential neighborhood ER designation in R1 zone.
Second that.
So moved to second.
Someone has not signed in.
Everybody signed in? Seeing no discussion, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed unanimously. Thank you, Darby. Second item on the agenda is Plan 26-009, Swings Agro Engineering Limited Land Use Bylaw Amendments. Second report. Darby, you can begin when you're ready.
All right, so the subject property is 1108 Burnt Coat Road. The property is 5.4 hectares with 195 meters of frontage. And their proposal is to amend the land use bylaw to reduce intensive livestock operation setback requirements in the rural use north zone. So there are currently 3 poultry units located on the applicant's land, and they were constructed in 2021. They are now proposing 2 new structures be built in line with the existing buildings. Since the construction of those original 3 barns, the land use bylaw has been updated to require a 45-meter setback from public roads for intensive livestock operations in the rural use north zone. The applicant's proposed building configuration is 22.2 meters from the front yard property boundary. So therefore, the applicant is applying to decrease the setback requirements. So here we have the site plan. These are the 3 existing barns on the bottom, and the 2 are darker at the top. The flanking setbacks have been met. It's just the front property on the property line on the left that is 22.2 meters. So at June PAC, Council directed staff to identify policy to allow reduced intensive livestock operations by development agreement. So these are the proposed MPS amendments to allow for that. So we would have to add reduced intensive livestock operation setbacks to be considered by development agreement, and then add evaluation criteria, which would be impacting the impact of the development agreement on proposed developments on nearby sensitive lands and residential uses, the impact of neighboring land uses on the development, adequacy of buffers, and ensuring reduced setbacks maintain adequate distances from wells and water courses. We would also have to amend the land use bylaw by adding reduced intensive livestock operations be considered by development agreement. So as an alternative, planning staff have identified a second pathway for allowing reduced intensive livestock setbacks by site plan approval. So we would have to add site plan approval criteria to the land use bylaw, which would include a site plan that identifies existing and proposed structures, the location of watercourses, wells, private and public right-of-way, the distance between the proposed intensive livestock operations and neighboring properties, the location, extent, and any vegetative any vegetative buffers separating the proposed intensive livestock operation and public and private right-of-way. There would also be amendments to the land use bylaw, which would include the rural use north zone in the site plan approval allowance. So right now we have site plan approval for reduced setbacks from wells and water courses for intensive livestock operations. So we would have to add additional criteria for public and private right-of-way reduced setbacks. They're very similar. It would just be identifying that there are no issues with the setback from the public and private right-of-way. And then we would also have to amend the MPS by adding site plan approval for public or private right-of-way reduced setbacks. So the difference between site plan approval and development agreement is that site plan approval would be the decision of the development officer. It would be based on the criteria I just showed. There would only have to be neighbor notification after the site plan has been approved. It's more of an administrative process that focuses on technical compliance, and it's not registered on the land title. It's a quicker process that's 2 months and costs the applicant $100, whereas the development agreement is brought to council. It's guided by broader MPS policies and has a bit more flexible terms and conditions. It's more of a legislative process. There's a larger public consultation aspect with questionnaires, a public notice, a public hearing. It's registered on the land title, and it does take a bit longer. It would be 6 to 8 months and costs the applicant potentially quite a bit more. The base is $500, but then they're responsible for associated advertisement and postage with public engagement. So it can be $2,500 and up. So either by development agreement or site plan approval, and reducing the setbacks for intensive livestock operations directly affect agricultural operations and neighboring land uses within the municipality. So the Agricultural Advisory Committee is mandated to review studies, plans, proposals, and policy changes related to agriculture and provide recommendations on agricultural matters. A review by the AAC can help identify potential impacts on existing and future farming operations. So engaging with the AAC provides council with a more informed recommendation on whether the proposed changes appropriately balance agricultural viability and land use compatibility. So staff will follow the citizen engagement policies in the MPS. An advertisement outlining the application and indicating that it was under review has been placed in the Chronicle Herald. This will require a PIM whether we do development agreement or site plan approval. The PIM will be advertised in the Chronicle Herald on the municipal website and posted on social media. These amendments are not appealable. So the recommendation is that these reduced setbacks be considered by site plan approval. I do have the 2 motion options here. Option 1 is for development agreement, and option 2 is for site plan approval.
Thank you, Darby. Councilor Rhino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, when I created this motion, it was for development agreement, and it seems like staff has brought another option there, which it wasn't asked for. I do believe, when I look at this, that it's the site plan approval may be the easier one, quicker one, whatever. However, the decision maker is the development officer. And I prefer a development agreement where council is the decision maker on this, because we could have differing developments on different types of farms and different things throughout the rural use RU2 zone, and each one could be different. And that way, if we stuck with the development agreement, it would be made by council when we could consider them with all the relevant history and information, and rather than leaving that to one person, the development officer. So, from that, I am going to make a motion, direct staff to seek comments from the East Hants Agricultural Advisory Committee on the application to amend the land use to allow the intensive livestock operation in the rural use north zone, which does not meet the minimum separation distances to be considered by development agreement, and authorize staff to schedule a public information meeting.
So moved and second on option one motion that's on the screen. Any discussion? Councilor Musa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we go with the reduced setbacks and the structure is not away from the land that across the street, like if it's closer than the minimum setback, what's happened there? Can they appeal it, or we do not approve it or something like that?
Through the chair, can you just explain that again?
So if you're gonna be 22 meter away from the public road, and the land that the public road is between that structure and the other property, if the minimum setback is not met, what's happened there? Like there's 45 or 46 meters minimum setback from neighboring properties? So which one overruled the other?
Through the chair, so the site plan approval would prevail, as long as they can prove that the reduced. Sorry, are you talking about site plan approval or development agreement?
The development, development agreement, like, can we approve it if it doesn't meet the minimum setback from neighboring property?
Yes.
Okay. And it's, can the neighboring property appeal it or no?
Yes.
They can appeal it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor McPhee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to staff. Looking at the two buildings they want to erect, why can't they, I know they probably want to keep the ends in line and all that, but is there any reason they can't just set them back and meet the requirements?
Through the chair, in their application, they outlined that the units have to be in line in order for this new processing to work, is what it sounded like. So I believe that the buildings have to be in line, otherwise it won't be as efficient. I think that is why that they want them in line.
I see John is,
You could just. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, as we understand what they've explained to us, there would be a conveyor system that connect all the buildings, and it needs to connect at the same spot on each building. That's
Efficiency.
why they want to pull the building forward.
okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Warden Rolston.
I just wanted to comment on the site plan approval suggestion. I did not agree with part of that, which included wells and waterways to be reduced. And to do that by site plan approval causes me some concern. So I'm going to support the development agreement option. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Seeing nobody left to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed, 12-1 with,
I hadn't voted yet, sorry.
oh, sorry. The motion is passed unanimously. Thank you, Darby. Next item on the agenda is Plan 26-007, Berry Hill and Darren Lewis Development Agreement. The Lawrence Development Agreement Final Report. And Debbie, you can begin when you're ready. Oh, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the applicant is Berry Hill and Darren Lawrence. The property is located on Highway 236 in South Maitland. It's outlined here in red. It's zoned rural use. Adjacent to the property is the DAR line, which is zoned open space, and then we have the 5 Mile River with the watercourse greenbelt along the 5 Mile River. The size of the subject property is approximately 50 acres, and the proposal is to enter into a development agreement to permit a motocross track on land zoned rural use north RU2. There is an existing house, barn, and land was used for agricultural purposes. Development proposal, so the RU2 zone permits and any potentially obnoxious commercial developments to include vehicle racetracks and amusement parks, uses by development agreement. In addition to the track, the applicant is also proposing to construct supporting structures such as a tower, bleachers, parking area, portable washrooms, and temporary canteen. The house located on the subject property is to remain. At this time, the applicant proposes to use the motocross track for practices with events taking place in the future. The development agreement includes hours of operation that extend from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. So here is the site plan for the motocross track. As you can see, this brown squiggly line is the actual motocross track. There's an existing barn and house on the property here. There's an existing driveway that comes in, and that's where the proposed 90 units are be located, and then a pit area for the utility trailers up farther. Nova Scotia Public Works, from the last iteration of this plan, has indicated that they initially had a second driveway here. They've indicated that this driveway and that second driveway that they don't meet the stop sight distances for the use, so they had to add this driveway right here, which will have to be used during events to access the parking lot and behind. The applicant is also showing the tower, the bleachers, the canteen on the site as well. And I should mention this is the 5 Mile River. They also show the watercourse greenbelt here, and then they've maintained some of the vegetation around the track. This is an image showing the track that they have constructed. And policy AR39 of the Municipal Planning Strategy permits council to consider the development agreement application. Nova Scotia Public Works has indicated that only one of the 3 driveways shown, as I mentioned on the initial site plan, was acceptable. The pit area is acceptable, but it will have to be upgraded. So the applicant has worked with NSPW and has determined the new driveway location. We asked for comments from the Maitland and District Volunteer Fire Department, and they have no issues with the proposed development. We asked for comments from the RCMP as well, and they've indicated that they want to make sure that the ingress-egress to the site can accommodate access for emergency vehicles. They also asked to have parking control personnel for motocross events, so that will help people to understand what driveway they have to use and where they have to park. And this requirement has actually been included in the draft development agreement. They also want to ensure that there's adequate parking for the motocross event. And so in addition to that pit parking where the utility trailers are, there's parking for 90 people that can come and attend the event. So citizen engagement, we sent a questionnaire and a letter out at property owners within 300 meters of the subject site. And in total, there was 28 letters mailed and 7 responses received. Most of the responses were positive. The 2 comments that we did have, the concerns were around parking and around noise. And as I mentioned, the development agreement does have requirements for parking, and it has requirements for hours of operation, so there shouldn't be any late night noise. And we have the advertising of the public hearing, and then the application is appealable to the Nova Scotia Utility Regulatory and Appeals Board, and we're at the public hearing stage, which will be held next week. And the recommendation is that final consideration and approval be given to the development agreement for a motocross track. And the recommended motion is below. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Debbie. Councilor Rhino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Planning Advisory Committee recommend to council give final consideration and approval to enter into the development agreement for a motocross track use located at property identified as PID 451-04403, 1160 Highway 236 of Maitland, signed within 1 year of council's approval. I so move.
So moved in second. Councilor Tinley, on before the motion.
Through the chair, just two questions. We sent the notices around to property owners within 300 meters. In this instance, should we have sent it further, considering the distance the noise could travel from this type of,
Through Mr. Chair, the standard is 300 meters. There's also notices in the paper and on our social media about the application, so people outside of that area are welcome to contact me.
and I noticed there's not too much opposition.
Yeah, and a lot of the properties, they own this large property across the street here, and some of these other properties are not currently developed, so I don't know how much more input you would have had. You might have captured a few more properties.
Possibly none, but,
Yeah.
the noise from something like that could travel
Yes.
2 or 3 kilometers or further.
That's correct.
The other question I had is, there's no environmental issues about building a track like this beside a river?
Through Mr. Chair, through our regulations, we talk about making sure that there's a buffer. So this is the 5 Mile River. The watercourse greenbelt is a 100-meter buffer away from it. And then the applicant is showing the maintained vegetation even beyond that watercourse greenbelt zone. I mean, there's always the possibility. We refer in our policy review saying that that they have to, during the construction, that they have to watch out for sedimentation control as per Nova Scotia Environment Regulations. But that's all that our regulations state about it, and Nova Scotia Environment do not comment on our applications generally anymore.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Councillor. Nobody left to speak. We'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed unanimously. Thank you, Debbie. Next item on the agenda is amendments to the official community plan regarding setbacks from cemeteries. Darby, you can begin when you're ready.
So municipal planning staff have received inquiries from a former place of worship. The congregation has been contemplating selling the former place of worship while maintaining the cemetery. However, there is very limited distance between the cemetery and their building. So in June, council passed the following motion, C-26-128, moved that staff be directed to prepare amendments to the East Hants official community plan that would enable the subdivision of properties containing churches and former churches and cemeteries. Amendments should enable reduced setback, area, and frontage requirements to permit the cemeteries and church buildings to be located on separate lots. So this is the congregation in question, St. Paul's United Church. They're in the rural use north zone. As you can see, the headstones of the cemetery are located very close to the building. They're roughly 2 meters away, so not a lot of distance. to have a property line. So staff have drafted the following policy changes for the MPS. That would be in the tourism and heritage section. Council shall consider the subdivision of places of worship and former places of worship from cemeteries with reduced frontage and setbacks in all zones where there is deeded access to both lots. There's also a subdivision bylaw amendment. That would be in all zones, the subdivision of places of worship and former places of worship from cemeteries with reduced frontage and setbacks shall be permitted where there is deeded access to both lots. So these policy changes allow for reduced setback and frontage requirements. This is an as-of-right process for congregations to subdivide their property. And the amendments align with the municipality's heritage preservation objectives as it encourages adaptive reuse of these former places of worship. So a PIM is required for all amendments to the MPS. An advertisement indicating the date and time of the PIM will be placed in the Chronicle Herald. Additional advertising will be placed on the East Hants website and on our social media feeds. So this is the initial report. The next step is the public information meeting. So the recommendation is to authorize staff to schedule a public information meeting.
Thank you, Darby. Councilor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, I see it talks about deeded access, but it doesn't talk about parking at all. You can have deeded access to something, but if someone wants to go visit a grave site, where do they park their car? Normally at a lot of these places, they park in a church parking lot to go visit that. So is there any parking provision that has to be there to allow people to access the grave sites of their loved ones?
Through the chair, we're just checking right now. Too sure.
I don't think the parking would have to be extensive, but I do believe there should be a point where people can go to be more than just access the site for upkeep and mowing, but there will be visitors as well.
Go ahead, John, while we wait.
Debbie's looking it up now, but if somebody took out a permit to convert a church to a house, there is a parking requirement there. There would be, you would have to have, I think it was just one though, if it's a single unit dwelling.
But it would be that would be for the dwelling of the shared, but if somebody was coming to the
Cemetery?
cemetery.
That
that's
would
the
be up
thing.
to, I guess, whatever land is left with the cemetery property itself.
Yeah. Is there gonna be a requirement though, if you're gonna subdivide a cemetery from your place of worship, that there is a parking reserve for people to access the cemetery?
I don't know that the subdivision would trigger that, and if the cemetery's already there, it would really, I
I
guess,
get you.
yeah, I don't think there's a specific requirement there. It would be when that lot is created, hopefully, the people creating the lot would want some available land left with the cemetery property for parking, but I don't think there would be a trigger as part of the subdivision.
So that might be something we might have to look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Darby, have a comment, or I'll?
Through the chair, we just checked and there is no requirements for parking for cemeteries, so it would be up to the people who subdivide.
Okay. Warden Rolston.
Thank you. Well, further to that, in the example that was shown on screen, there's no parking there now. This particular property is located in an old road, and the parking is along the side of that old road, has been for as long as I can remember. And there's probably room for maybe 2 or 3 cars if you split the driveway between the church and the cemetery. So, in rural areas, these small churches, it's not been an issue in all the years up to now, so that's, but my comments on this are related to the part that says, and Nova Scotia Environment approval for an on-site sewage disposal on the lot containing the place of worship or former place of worship. Many of these old churches do not have on-site sewers. They just don't. And those that do, many of those on-site sewers would be so old that I have my doubts if there would be any record of or any approval by Nova Scotia Department of Environment. And in my opinion, if the church and the cemetery are being split and the church property is being sold, that would be up to the purchaser of the property to do his or her due diligence. And if they felt that they wanted to put a sewer system in, they would certainly look at the building before they bought it and see what was there. And it would be up to them to determine whether there was enough land or not to do what they wanted to do. So, I'm going to move the recommended motion, but I'm gonna drop that part of it. I'm going to move that Planning Advisory Committee recommends that council authorize staff to schedule a public information meeting to consider a council proposal to amend the municipal planning strategy and subdivision bylaw to allow the subdivision of places of worship or former places of worship from cemeteries in all zones where there's deeded access to both lots.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. Councilor Miriam?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to staff. The follow-up question might be with the photograph of the church with the cemetery. It got me thinking, actually, when Councillor Perry asked his question about what would happen if the church, if the land breaks off with the cemetery, and then, let's say at some point, the owner of the church, says, well, you have to cross my land to get to the cemetery. There's some sort of falling out, or they just say, well, I don't want you to access, to go through my property anymore. So, what would happen in that case? I mean, this is just kind of a contentious ownership issue. Is it possible that someone could essentially be landlocked by having the property separated? Do we consider that, if so, kind of a legal matter between the two entities, or do we provide any guidance or regulation around that? Because I can actually see that happening.
Through the chair, so the deeded access to both lots would either be total right-of-way or a right-of-way easement. So that would be a civil dispute if there were issues. Us having the deeded access would try and prevent that, but if there were future conversations, that would be between the two landowners.
So as a starting point, though, would, in this case, the group, church, maintaining ownership of the cemetery portion, would, at the starting point, would it be kind of a matter of fact or routine that they would have the deeded access, or is that something you just leave it to the two parties to work out? So, I guess my question is, at the very beginning of the break-off, is it a given that the cemetery and back has the deeded access? Okay.
It must be, they must have deeded access in order for the subdivision to occur.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Musa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in this case, it's gonna be, we're gonna be changing the setbacks and the frontage and the size of the lot and everything. Like, we didn't talk anything about this. Is there any minimum size for the lot, or? It didn't mention any size of the lot to be able to do it, so it only mentioned the frontage and the setbacks from the cemetery.
Through the chair, there is no area mentioned, so there would be no minimum area.
So if we don't change it, can they approve the lot without me meeting the minimum? We didn't approve anything about the size of the lot here.
No. that's
So
correct.
if they come up with the subdivision to subdivide it and they don't meet the minimum lot size, can you approve it if we don't change it now? I'm just trying to make sure that everything is okay to happen for the subdivision. I'm not trying to oppose anything, so.
Through the chair, there would be zoning requirements for a minimum lot size, so we would have to get back to you on that.
So, yeah, it's just to make sure that we don't stop this thing and go back for another 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garden Cole?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, when this comes back to us again, can it, in that picture, can it show us the exact lines of what the proposed lines would be of that church? It can't?
Through the chair,
Can I explain this a little bit?
Okay, just a minute. Warden Rolston?
This is just an example here.
Okay.
This
Okay.
property has already undergone some changes that we are hoping to provide a pathway to reverse. So what those lines would look like won't be known until the pathway exists for
Okay.
it to be reversed.
Okay, I'm just looking at it and thinking, well, okay, if they don't own too far down that road, people can park there in order to get to, but I really have no idea.
Well,
what
that's
it's
where
gonna be.
people park now, on that old road.
Yep,
But the church owns down to where you see that line of trees or whatever
Yeah.
at the top. And then it owns probably a similar distance, wouldn't you say, Keith, up the other way?
yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rhino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm gonna, with concerns to access. This comes under the Cemeteries Act, and I'll read it. For the public and descendants, the Cemeteries and Monuments Protection Act guarantees the right to go on foot across uncultivated or crown lands to visit the cemetery during daylight hours. This includes abandoned cemeteries. If you are dealing with a cemetery on private land, landowners cannot stop family members from visiting. However, the landowner can control how you access the cemetery, such as requiring you to use a specific path or parking. So there you have it in the under the Cemeteries Act. And I like to go along. This is just an example. This is not, we're not just talking about this one. We're talking about in general across. And there's going to be another one in the Upper Kinnickinnic area in a very short time. So, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, Counselor Musa piqued my brain too about we have lot minimum sizes as well, right? So, in some instances, if they don't meet the minimum sizes for an on-site septic and well, they would not be able to subdivide that. Is that true? Because it would not be a non-conforming, a previously established residential lot for development. Because we don't create undersized lots.
Go ahead, John. if you could-
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although the draft motion isn't specific enough to include that, the motion from council directing us to do this project actually included reduced size of lots. So it's possible you could have a reduced size, but again, in order to get a permit to put a house on it, you're still going to need NSC approval for a septic system, whether it's an undersized lot or not.
Okay, no, because I just want to protect both the people trying to subdivide it and the people buying it as well. And as far as the act goes about accessing cemeteries, Councilor Rhino is 100% right. But somebody puts a gate across and you can't get there, you know, you have to call, and then it becomes, it's not a civil matter between two organizations, it's a person. So, just want to make sure that if we spell this out as clear as we can to make it as easy to implement wherever it's needed at whatever site, I think we really have to make sure the details are correct to ensure that everything is there. We don't want to have any gray areas that could cause issues in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Nobody left to speak, we'll go to the vote. We're voting on the motion excluding the part after both lots, which is on-site sewage. And the motion is passed to 12-1 with Councillor Perry voting nay. Thank you, Darby. Next item on the agenda is MPS policy regarding 100 units max in the development agreement, initial report. Debbie, you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in 2023, after the wildfires in Hammonds Plains and during the development agreement negotiations for FH Development Group in Milford, Council passed the following motion, and that was to direct staff to discontinue allowing developments to exceed the 100 lot minimum before requiring a second entrance exit when negotiating a development agreement prior to coming to council. And staff followed that up until this past year when we had a developer challenge that direction, and we sought legal review, and it was determined that we should proceed with the application. So as a result, council has passed the following motion, that council changed the municipal planning strategy to not entertain any developments over 100 units without a second access to an arterial or collector road by development agreement. So we've drafted a new policy to be added to Part D, realizing the plan of the municipal planning strategy. The proposed policy will prevent council from considering new multiple unit development agreements with more than 100 dwelling units in a single access neighborhood. The policy takes into consideration the existing number of dwelling units already located within a single access neighborhood and the number of dwelling units being applied for by the development agreement. We also have provided an alternative if council wants to have a little bit more leeway in their policy. So as an alternative, council could allow developers to submit an agreement, development agreement applications for proposals with over 100 dwelling units on a single access based on a set of predetermined criteria. So these criteria could include the distance of the proposed development to a collector or arterial road, the type of development being proposed, whether the developer's proposing fire-resistant building materials, for example, the building could be all brick with a steel roof, and whether the fire smart principles are proposed to be implemented in the site design. This alternative would provide council with options when considering a development agreement application for proposals with more than 100 dwelling units located in a single access neighborhood. Both recommendations or motion alternatives require that council authorize staff to schedule a public information meeting. And so that's our recommendations, go towards a public information meeting, and Planning Advisory Committee can recommend either motion 1 or motion 2. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Debbie. Councillor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you just go back to the previous screen? So just a couple of observations on this. The first one being that, as in, the shore area right now, or this past week with the fire, regardless of what your building is made of, people are asked to evacuate.
Yes.
And that's what we are addressing, is the issue of people evacuating and not being able to get out. Regardless of what the building is made of or any of that, I think that is actually irrelevant. And the second point of this is that I wouldn't want this to start having developments happening really close to the road, which we've already got big buildings really close to the road, and people have made it clear when we went out to the communities that that's not something that they like or want any more of. So those are just two comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Warden Rolston.
Thank you. Yeah, for me, look, I don't have anything against developers developing their property, but we're at the beginning of another exceedingly dry summer. There have already been more wildfires. There's nothing to say that our turn's not going to pop up there, and we can't go back and fix all of our legacy issues. What we can do, and what I feel we have the responsibility to do, is to try and provide as safe of developments as we can going forward. And I know people will say that if you're in a serviced area, it should be different because they have services. They have water, they have fire hydrants. That's great if trucks can get to them. Depending on where the fire hydrants are and where the fire truck has to access from. And if there's only one access and that access is blocked off, then you're no better off than if you're somewhere without piped services. So, you know, to me, it's all about safety. And that's why I've hung my hat on this from the start, why I'll continue to do so. So I am going to move alternative 1. I can read it if you like.
Go ahead.
Okay. Planning Advisory Committee recommends that council authorize staff to schedule a public information meeting to consider a council proposal to amend the municipal planning strategy by adding a new policy to Part D, realizing the plan, which would only permit council to consider development agreements for more than 100 dwelling units where a proposed multiple unit development is serviced by more than one access to a collector or arterial street.
Thank you. Councilor Perry? Oops. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the very beginning of this report highlighted where this came from, the wildfires in Tantallon. And it was a turnaround, and if you look at the report published by Halifax, it was the turnaround for a water supply that was the most leading contributing factor to the response time. Was where they had to get the water from to go to is there. And if you look at in a serviced area, you might not be able to get to it right adjacent, but you're not going that far before getting water. So I do think that there is a difference between serviced and non-serviced areas. I also want to ask the question, have we been talking to the province on this? Because they're coming out with fire standards, they're coming out with a lot of things when it comes to development and buildings. Have we talked to them about this and gotten their input on putting this forward into our MPS? Because I believe all MPSs need to be approved by the province, correct? Any changes?
So you, Mr. Chair, yes, MPSs do need to, policy changes do need to be approved by the province, but it's not our policy to go ask for permission to add a policy to our documents beforehand. However, in saying that, we have talked to the province about second accesses because we talked to them when we did our other reports regarding upgrading K-class roads, and we've sent multiple letters regarding providing emergency access points, and there was no movement on that, so.
Yeah, so it's just one of those things that I understand the want for this, but putting it in a blanket for every situation, it just doesn't make sense. Because in some situations, you don't have the ability to have access. And like Councillor Garden-Cole said, what's going to happen for this is there's going to be more buildings closer to main arteries for this exact reason. And that is not the aesthetics that we want in a community, especially one that's serviced, that you can tuck them away a little bit more out of sight and keep that rural feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garden-Cole?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have to say that I really struggle with this because back when we first started talking about this, and I know I'm repeating myself, but up around Robert Scott area, and I was envisioning apartment buildings with, 100 units or more than one, and then you picture out around the Horn Settlement with roads that have potentially more than 100 units or lots. And I just felt like we were dealing with two different situations, and to roll them all up into one and make a decision is not, I don't know, I just find that it's not particular enough for the situation. And I'm still struggling with it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to qualify that this is for only development agreement applications. So you're right, it doesn't matter where in the municipality, but it only impacts development agreement applications, this policy.
Okay, so I'm gonna need, I don't mind saying, I need more clarification on that.
So it stems from those comprehensive development districts that we have been looking at in the past. So it was the FH1 that started it back in 2023. They were proposing about 300 dwelling units on a single access to start the comprehensive neighborhood off. And at the time, we had just had the fires in Hammonds Plains. And council, when they saw that, they wanted to ensure that people had a second access out. So in that development agreement, we required them to put a second emergency access out during that first phase of development. So it would go back to Highway 2, so those people had a second access out of those, essentially what it was, a group of apartment buildings. So again, we can write it into the development agreement that there is that second access there. But what council didn't want to do is they didn't want us any longer to bring forward development agreement applications, whether it's a comprehensive development district or an R3 proposal, or maybe something in the rural areas that was for, I don't know, 100 plus units where there wasn't a second access. So they want what we understood is that they want the developer to consider how these people are getting out of their neighborhoods as part of that development agreement process. So they didn't want to see a development agreement unless there was that second access provided there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Warden Rolston.
Thank you. I'd just like to clarify that the Tantallon and Hammonds Plains fires certainly, brought this, but that wasn't the only thing. Those weren't the only fires. There were fires in Shelburne that year. There were, other fires in other places where the same issues arose. And most of these development agreement pieces, at some point in time, the developer will have to plan for another access anyway. I think what we're saying is that when you make your plans, this is what we're going to expect.
Yep.
We're going to expect you to show us your second access. Because if I live in an apartment building and there's 200 other people live there and there's a fire between me and the exit, I still have to get out. So, those are my concerns. So, thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Councillor Rhino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A little point of clarification. I agree with Councilor Garden Cole. However, the development agreement things has got me a little concerned. What will this do? Will this still stop development in that Horn Settlement, Monte Vista area due to the lot restrictions, the second access?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this has nothing to do with Monte Vista or any of that. It has to do with development agreements.
Just development agreement?
Just development agreements. That's what council directed us to do, was not to bring forward any development agreements that don't have that second access. So it's just talking about development agreements. That was the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Musa.
Yeah, I had similar question as Councilor Rhino. So if somebody own a lot on a single access road that have over 100 unit, and by site plan approval here allowed to do another 100, it's okay to do it. So he can do it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this doesn't limit the ability for as-of-right development.
Yeah,
So developments is
that's-
already enabled by your planning strategy and land use bylaw to stop new dwelling units from being created.
As of
So,
right, as of right.
As right, so Piggott Lake Road, they are at the maximum lots, but some of those lots may be undeveloped, and some of those folks on that road may want an accessory dwelling unit. Because those things are enabled as of right, it does not stop them from doing that. This is only pertaining to development agreements. If somebody came in there, for example, I don't know, you can't even do a development agreement in that area. Okay, if there was a lot that was zoned rural use on the backside of that road, you can do a development agreement for 8 units in the rural use zone. In that case, we would count the number of existing dwelling units on that road. If there's already over 100, I can't remember how many actual dwelling units are there, but if there's over 100 and they want to add 8 more, then we couldn't consider that. Or council couldn't consider it because it's in their policy.
So in this instinct, if you have 100 lot on let's say Mona Vista, and somebody wanna put 8 more unit on one lot, he's not allowed, so that will bring you to 108. But if you have here like on, let's say, Cali Lane last time, so they can put another 100 unit as of right. So you get 200 here and you get only 108, and we refuse the 108 and we allow the 100. I cannot,
Through
I don't
Mr.
know,
Chair,
it's-
just for clarification, Cali Lane, they can only do, it's 24 units if the land was left unsubdivided. I think they can only subdivide it into 3 lots?
I'm not talking about special, like this special property, but let's say you could put as of right 100 unit here, and over there you're applying for 8. So we're refusing the 108, while as of right we are allowing 200 to be created.
But you're not allowing, like, there's no, sorry,
It's as of right. As of right, you can have 200 here, and
through you,
by
Mr. Chair.
development agreement, we're refusing 108. So it's all I could say, it's limiting our area, like it's development in a rural area.
Yeah,
Go ahead, John.
yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, we're kind of mixing up the lot and unit thing, but if you have an existing lot that's, and it's in a zone that permits a dwelling unit to be built, whether that road has more than 100 lots or units already on it, that right is still there. We're not taking that away. This simply limits when council has the discretion to say yes or no to a development.
Yeah.
If, you're gonna push it over 100, then, you would just say no here because the policy doesn't permit it anymore.
Yep.
So those roads that are already over 100 lots, like Monte Vista and so on, you can't do any further subdivision, but you can still get permits to put dwellings on those lots that do exist.
Yeah.
And same as all the ones in Mount Uniacke.
No, I understand all that, John, but I'm just comparing what could happen here and what could happen there. So over there, we couldn't have 108 unit if we add the 8 unit, but here you could have 200 on a single lot, as of right, so.
Well, no, through you, Mr. Chair, the maximum in the R3 zone is 24 units. So you could, yes, where you're over the number of units or lots,
I'm not
you
talking
could
about
add an
R3
additional
zone. I'm
24
talking-
units, that's true.
I'm talking about like a land that you could put 100 unit on, I'm not talking about the
So
R3
you-
or anything.
Mr. Chair, you can't add 100 units as of right to a single lot. You'd always have to go through a development agreement application.
Even if you have like MUC zone, whatever it is,
Pardon me?
if you have MUC zone or,
Mixed use, center zone? Yeah, so
okay.
there's a limit to the number of dwelling units you can have on a lot without needing a development agreement.
Okay.
So you can't just go and put in 100 dwelling units on a lot without having to go through a development agreement application. For example, in the R3 zone, what we just heard on the bottom of Cali Lane, that was a development agreement application because it was over the minimum number of lots, number of dwelling units permitted on the lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you, John. Counselor Tingley.
Through the chair, to staff, my understanding, just glancing over the Fire Smart guidelines, and I'm no expert in it, but is that their guidelines state they recommend a second access road, and they don't even put a limit on it.
No, that's
Is
correct.
that correct?
Through, Mr. Chair, as I said, I haven't delved in really deep, but they do recommend a second access road. They have recommendations for landscaping and such as well, but not all. The Fire Smart principles, if you implemented every single principle, would be extremely expensive for the average person to implement.
Understood.
Yeah,
But
so,
that's not the question.
yeah, but they do recommend second accesses and take that into consideration.
And the warden is right. It wasn't just Tantallon. It was other fires in Nova Scotia and right across Canada. They're grappling with the same thing, and there's disputes over the fact that there's no second access road and that sort of thing. I don't know what other councillors are willing to do, but I'm not willing to vote for a development without a second access at this stage, based on the information that's available. If more information comes to support that it's safe, that's fine, but I'm not, personally, I'm not prepared to vote in favor of it. That's it.
Thank you, Counselor. Seeing nobody left to speak, we'll go to the vote. We're voting on motion one.
Just point of clarification, so we're voting on motion one?
Just a minute. Go ahead.
No, I'm just,
Voting on option, alternative motion one.
okay, thank you.
Which does not allow
Yeah,
a development.
Clear?
by development agreement, yep, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed, 11-2 with Councilor Rhino and Councilor Perry voting aye. Thank you, Debbie. Next item on the agenda is the plan review. What we heard before, Debbie, you can begin the review.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, community consultation is a crucial piece of developing land use planning policies. A consultation builds knowledge and awareness among residents and interest holder groups. East Hants has sought active engagement from East Hants residents and property owners through the visioning meetings, surveys, and interest holder meetings, and will continue with our community engagement as the plan review process continues. So just to give you a little stats on our engagement, we had 179 people attend the visioning meetings, and that didn't include counselors or staff. 586 residents responded to the plan review survey, 262 residents responded to the visual preference survey, and we had 4,575 comments written in our surveys. Visioning meetings, so we held 6 community visioning meetings across East Hants. Over 179 residents and developers attended the meetings and provided their input into the planning process. Topics discussed at the meetings ranged from specific planning-related ideas to a wider general discussion on community priorities and improvements. And many topics and suggestions moved beyond what can be achieved through land use planning regulation. So, the report contains a lot more information. There's 83 pages within the staff report. But some of the big ideas from our visioning meetings was to protect rural communities. So all residents in East Hants would like to protect the rural nature of their community, and particularly people in the Milford, Shubenacadie, Maitland, Walton areas would like to maintain that traditional heritage feeling of their communities. Creation of walkable and connected communities. We had people in the north and south corridor that wanted to see a connection of active transportation route between the two communities. Rural area members of the community would like to have wider roads if sidewalks weren't feasible to allow for walking. And folks in Mount Uniacke requested sidewalks to service the village core area there. Increase open space and recreational amenities. So again, residents wanted more parks and green spaces. A lot of people identified the 9 Mile River Trails as a fantastic asset for the community and would like to see it replicated more often. More parks and new developments and increased water access. And then the recreation facility in Mount Uniacke. Public transit and active transportation was another big idea. So both residents in the corridor and in Mount Uniacke would like to see transit options going into either Sackville or the airport, or that goes in directly to the Halifax, and better active transportation connection routes. Improved built environment was another option. So many people talked about the built environment and feel that new development is in poor quality. Residents do not like the modern building architecture and they prefer the more traditional architecture. They also mentioned how the sidewalk should be upgraded to concrete and would like to see the beautification of the corridor. And basically they want to see better placemaking regulations. Infrastructure availability. So there's concerns from all residents regarding potable water resources. Concerns from those living in the corridor about if we have enough water to support all the new development, and for those living outside of the corridor about wells and having wells available and making sure that the wells don't run dry. There was also concerns around infrastructure availability. such as traffic and the lack of gas stations in rural areas. Drought, flooding, and fires, they were also mentioned, and residents worried about drought conditions and access to potable water resources. And a few people mentioned that they would like to see a second bulk water station because they have to wait in order to get their bulk water. Residents felt that secondary accesses should be provided to neighborhoods with one access, and concerns regarding rural development and dry hydrant access and availability for emergency services. One of the other ideas was the protection of natural assets. So protection of our waterways, protection of farmlands, protection of wetlands, concerns with septic systems going into lakes, rivers, and the Bay of Fundy. That was brought up on numerous occasions as well. Improve housing choices and affordability. So more single-level housing should be constructed for seniors, more housing options for seniors in rural communities, small dwelling units that are more affordable rates, and a program to help residents with housing affordability. Apartment buildings, that was discussed quite often, and generally there's a disagreement among residents where denser development should take place. Many people don't like the style of development that's taking place, and concerns around the height of the buildings. And buildings that people did mention that they did like were the small brick apartments across from Bittars, the Roma Maya building, and actually folks liked the apartment building on the Highway 214 up there, the ones with the peaks. Visual preference survey. Visual preference survey is a tool used to gauge public opinion on community design by asking participants to rate images of streetscapes, architecture, landscaping, land use scenarios. It allows participants to visualize community design elements and to consider how they may appear in their community. A visual preference survey is just one of the many tools used to help East Hants staff and council understand how the public would like to develop like to see the community develop. So I'll just go through these questions. And I want to just mention that these questions, most of them were enabled multiple responses. So that's why it doesn't add up to 100% all the time, because people could pick more than one response. So in regards to the style of apartment building, most respondents liked that compact design of an apartment building. And in reference to whether short and wide or tall and skinny, most people preferred the low and broad apartment buildings. So question 3 and 4, the first question was, should amenity space be provided with apartment buildings? And that was an overwhelming yes. And then the type of green space was pretty even, and it went between outdoor amenity space and just open green area. And the outdoor amenity space is like that landscaped style. And select the type of streets where you'd prefer to walk. And it was overwhelming that most people would like to walk on streets with concrete sidewalks, trees, and benches. So question 6 had to do with the style of townhouse development. And because it's kind of hard to determine from the pictures what the style is, we provided definitions of what a stacked townhouse, on-street townhouse, and cluster townhouse was. And in general, most respondents selected the stacked townhouse design or the on-street townhouse design. And in regards to the actual style of townhouse, whether it be modern or traditional, most folks selected the traditional style of townhouse. We asked about parking and how it should be allocated, and most selected a driveway and garage parking. And then when it comes to parks, respondents indicated it was pretty spread out, but indicated that they prefer the wilderness style parks with the beach and garden park coming in close behind. It's not surprising, but for commercial development, most selected the village style shops and the Main Street commercial. And then as we're getting larger commercial developments here and expect that area of the municipality to grow, we asked about what kind of parking lot design they prefer. And we put a definition of what a rain garden is, because not everybody understands what a rain garden is. And overwhelmingly, the mixture of rain gardens and asphalt was selected for style of parking lot, and all asphalt, those large asphalt parking lots, was the least selected one. Question 12 was one where we asked for comments, and we asked people to provide any additional comments they have about apartments, townhouses, parking, park design. And so we selected some of the key concerns from that section, and it was opposition to further department and townhouse development, protection of green space, trees, and natural features, desire for community gathering spaces, more cohesive community planning, concerns about the survey process. So not everybody appreciated the fact that they couldn't not select an apartment building, for example, when we asked things about apartment buildings. Improved building design and aesthetics, and preservation of the rural identity. Plan review survey. So we had another survey that was more text-based and went more in depth. The survey provided respondents with an opportunity to share their knowledge, aspirations, perspectives on future growth and development in the community. We had a total of 586 residents complete the survey. And as I said, this is where most of our 4,000 and some comments came from. And I didn't read all of the comments myself. I had help from Darby, Leanne, and Rachel going through all of those comments. The results will help identify land use priorities and assess the significance of land use issues affecting the community. So, as I mentioned, we had a lot of responses, and most of those responses, 34%, came from Enfield. The age ranges of the survey varied, with respondents between 35 and 44 years of age accounting for nearly 24% of all responses. Just over 67% of all respondents have lived in East Hants for more than 10 years, with only approximately 2% of respondents living in the community for less than 2 years. Although 84% of respondents enjoy living in East Hants, 44% of respondents would not recommend the municipality to a friend or family member, which we found a little interesting. How respondents feel about the overall design and layout of the community was also low, with East Hants getting an average rating of 2.75 out of 5 stars. So we asked the respondents what they enjoy most about living in East Hants, and the community was the number one selected, followed by the proximity to Halifax and proximity to the airport. So many of the questions had over 500 comments, as I mentioned. I've done a summary within the staff report itself, but also attached, and it's marked confidential because there's some people's names and contact information and some colorful language in there. So we kept those confidential, but there's 173 pages of raw comments if anybody wants to go through it. And if you go through that PDF, you can just go Control F if you want to find something certain. For example, there's 49 times that the word pizza comes up, so people in the community don't want any more pizza shops was the message from that. But if you want to look it up that way, it makes it a little bit easier if you're looking for something in particular. And so the rest of this presentation just kind of has a small snapshot of those overall responses. So we asked respondents what they like about their neighborhood. And the majority of responses reflected residents' intrinsic values rather than the aspects of the built environment. So they like the peace and quiet. They like the sense of community, the rural country feel, the natural environment, friendly neighbors and community, access to lakes and rivers, small town feel, and there were a certain percentage that said they don't like anything about their community. Are there any specific land use policies or regulations you think the community should consider adopting? And so we had prioritized green space and new development, residential density and height restrictions, so people wanted restrictions on how tall a building can be and how dense an apartment building can be. Increased mixed-use development, so those that do want apartment buildings, they want them to be mixed use, so it's not just complete residential buildings that they want to have a mix of uses in those buildings. Stricter aesthetic regulations, so that was through all of the comments, just saying that there should be better aesthetics, more traditional style, I think was the main capture there. Prioritize habitat and wildlife protection, developer accountability rules. So some respondents felt that some of the promises developers had made maybe weren't followed through on. Require more parks and public spaces. So more parks as more developments are coming online, and agricultural land protection. And we asked another question separate to that about agricultural land protection and if they felt it was important. And 95% of respondents indicated that they thought it was important. So in addition to the surveys and the visioning meetings, we had an interest holder meeting, and that's where we met with the development community, including our developers, surveyors, and planning consultants, to discuss the 2026 and 2027 plan. Interest holder engagement is an important component of the land use planning process, providing valuable insights into the needs, perspectives of the development community. The input helps inform the development of land use policies and regulations that balance community interests with viability and success of proposed development projects. Notes from the interest holder engagement session have been incorporated into our report here. And basically, the feedback wasn't extensive. They suggested that we avoid ex-urban and unserviced development like Hammond's Plains and increase density in a corridor where municipal services are available. They suggested that we work with Nova Scotia Public Works to create a new highway connector in Lakelands area. They had questions about the building permit process and building permit timelines, and the director answered those. Questions about site plan approval, and we answered those. We had a request to add the ability to do urban bare-land condo developments and multiple apartment buildings by site plan approval. There were questions and discussions about transit, and basically the developers are interested in seeing higher density developments to support that transit to increase the tax base to pay for it. What's next? So as the next step in the plan review process, planning and development staff will analyze the community consultation findings and develop a set of objectives and planning principles. Once refined, they'll be presented to our Planning Advisory Committee in the fall of 2026, and planning staff will then go back to the community with a second set of meetings to discuss what we heard. And we figure that will probably happen end of October, 1st of November time. And so this is just our timeline, and we're going to work our way through it. And there is no recommendation with this report. It's just for information purposes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Debbie, for that comprehensive report. Wishing to speak, Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you go back to the screen with the kind of a creamy colored one before that? Okay. So I'll just want to give you a little feedback. So approximately 1/3 of the responses came from Enfield residents. And I think if you actually saw the people there, it was mostly from District 1. And that's because they are most impacted by what's going on in Enfield and felt the need to come out. One bit of feedback that I did get from those residents was that they felt like the meeting was not laid out like they expected it to be. It was more led than they had hoped it would be. They wanted to talk about the things they wanted to talk about. Tourism was not big on their lists, things like that. And so they were a little disillusioned with how it went. I explained that it does have to operate in an organized fashion, but obviously there were some big ticket topics that they were there to talk about, and hopefully they were able to get those in there. So I just want to summarize this. When you're showing different kinds of commercial and people are picking village style, when you're showing different kinds of parks, they're picking wilderness parks. You show different kinds of apartments, they're picking the lower apartments. Looking to keep the rural feel, quiet and peaceful, sense of community, rural country, natural environment, access to lakes, small town feel. 2.75 out of 5 in what is probably District 1 Enfield. How often do we do this?
Through you, Madam Chair, the last time we did a wide municipal survey, was it 2016? Yeah, before 16, because it would have been 2014, because we implemented the plan in 2016.
So 12 years ago, this was done. And here we are, where we are at now, 12 years later, with everything that goes into this. The time, obviously equates to money, the people coming out. I hope that we take the results of this, basically what I've just outlined and what you've outlined a lot of this, and get some direction from it and move forward accordingly. I don't want this to be a waste and do whatever. You know, you've got developers up there who are saying, I think we need more density. I think so that the taxes will be less. I think we need, we need transit. We need this, we need that. I am here for the residents of East Hants, and the residents of East Hants have spoken. And if we're listening to this, we need to be looking at what direction we're heading in going forward. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Tingley.
Through the chair, I'd just like to say to staff, thank you for the report and thank you for the way the survey was conducted. I attended the meeting that was in Enfield and Milford. Just listening to people, what they're saying, obviously they're right because they're saying what they want. And for the most part, it sounds very reasonable, and I'm just a resident myself. I feel the same way. I'm not for or not against increasing density or apartment buildings or transit or anything. But I don't think most people there were. They just were stating what they liked and how they would like the community to look. You know, they talked about beautification and having a nice clean place that they're proud of, type of thing. And I think you've gathered good information, and I'm looking forward to the plan that comes forward in the fall. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Marion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to note that I went to 3 presentations as well. I thought they were all well attended. My takeaway was people that were there were very highly engaged, and the comments my other counselors have made are valid. I certainly agree with those. What I would like to say too is that people show up because they care. If you have negative feedback and you share that, you're being generous, and we appreciate that. So I just wanted to sincerely thank our residents for turning out, even people with constructive feedback. To me, I walked away, and it shows through your results, the pride of East Hants residents for wanting to live in East Hants and what they enjoy really shows through. And I also want to thank staff too, because I recognize there was a lot of travel and evening work and lots and lots of work associated with that. So to residents and to staff, thank you very much. And I do have an ask, and back to me, an unfortunate work conflict which has shown up for me on November the 19th for a follow-up plan meeting at 7 o'clock. And I'm going to be in Toronto for work for about 3 days that week. I did want to ask if, given it so far out, if staff might be amenable just to changing to a Thursday night the week either before or after, because obviously I would like to attend that meeting.
Through Mr. Chair, I think Thursday the 19th was our extra PAC day, Shirley, if you bring up the calendar.
I think it's marked on our calendar plan review.
Yeah, it's the plan
meeting.
review stuff a day, but it's the extra day that we have for PAC.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's up to, I guess, council if they want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I could make a motion or just ask if that's something that we could consider.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So were you concerned about, those meetings were the meetings where we're going to be presenting background papers basically on various issues. Those weren't the public meetings that we're going to go back to in the fall?
Right.
So I don't know if you were worried about missing both sets or just the public meetings? Or?
Yeah, well, I thought if it was even a meeting council focused where important information were being considered, I would like to attend. And, one option is to attend remotely from Toronto, but we have a pretty busy schedule when we're there, even in the evenings. So anyway, maybe I'll just leave it at that for now, but giving folks a heads up.
And again, that date has been pre-scheduled by council, but if there's a motion to get us to move it, we can move it.
Yeah, in fact, thank you, John. I'll make a motion. I'll propose that either the Thursday before or after that we consider rescheduling from that date, and I'll be there with my bells on, so to speak. Thank you.
So moved and second that the plan date on the 19th of November be either changed to the 12th or the 26th. Is that doable on the 26th?
or even just the 12th.
I know there's a whole bunch of people on for other stuff.
Warden Rolston wants to speak on this?
Yeah, I don't have a problem,
Just
you know,
item of the
with it
week.
moving. The only concern would be, which I guess would have been similar to picking the 19th, is that we don't know what the council agenda is going to look like on the 25th, as to whether we would need to roll into the 26th or not. Doesn't happen often, but that's my only concern there. Other than that, I don't have any problem. Thank you. I'm still up next to speak on that. I still want to speak on
Okay. Councilor Marion, what's your preference, the 12th?
So the ask is, do I have a preferred date?
Yes.
I would just open it up for whatever staff would think would be a possible date that would work, if we could choose something other than the 19th.
What's your? Go ahead, John.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I mean, it's so far into the future, we're pretty wide open right now. So if it was the 12th, that would be fine for us. Any of those other dates in there, I think would work. We were just looking for that separate meeting so that the regular PAC agenda isn't getting clogged up every month when we bring all these background papers forward.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll suggest the 12th if that works.
So looking at it, the committee that you viewed 2 nights in a row, the 10th and the 12th and the following week, 2 nights. And possibly 2 nights the following week. So keep that in mind as you,
It wouldn't be 2 nights in a row,
well, the public information.
but there's nothing on the 11th.
No, but 2 nights that week. So that's a motion to choose the 12th,
I think Eldon wants to speak to that motion.
okay? I'll go to Councilor Hibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No disrespect to the counselor making the motion. We're talking November. I'm not even sure what's going on in November. And for one counselor to make a motion to change the agenda to accommodate him is not really fair to the rest of the council, I think. And I think the date has been set by staff, and I think we should continue with that date. But that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Eli, Councilor Musa, Councilor Perry, or Councilor Rhino want to speak to this? Okay. Councilor Rhino.
Much the same as Counselor Hibb. I'm not available on the 12th. We're taught to keep our, since this was created, council, we've kept the executive committee on that extension on that night. We've kept the regular one. It should be in on that. We're committed to those. And to break it up for one counselor can't be here on this one, I don't think that's fair to the rest of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Miriam.
Yeah, well, with that said, in fact, I'll withdraw the motion. I was simply looking to suggest a possible change, just where I'm out of town and not able to physically present. But we can just roll with it as it is, and if I won't be here, but with council's blessing, but perhaps I could join remotely or something like that.
Thank you, Councilor. The seconder is okay with that?
Thank you.
Councilor Musa.
I almost forgot what I was going to say.
We're on the planning review.
Well, I want to say great job to staff for all the meeting they had. I tried to read through the questionnaire and I went on and on and on and on. But part of me think that I wish we had each area responses in differently because
I read, and I couldn't find anything that could work for the whole municipality. So we don't know what the Mount Uniac people answer. We don't know what the Enfield people. Every time I see somebody talking about no more apartment, I think about Sandras District. So I wish we had you didn't have to put the names for confidentiality and see, as you said earlier, but if you could put like each area, what the responses were in the questionnaire, this way we could concentrate on each area separately, if that's not a big job for staff, so.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not 100% familiar with SurveyMonkey, how I can do that, but I will take a look.
Yeah, because I would like to see what the answers were for my area this way, because we are planning the whole municipality, right? So we cannot use whatever answer we had here for our area or whatever we had there for this area. Everybody have different vision for their own community. Then we have the vision for the whole municipality as a whole. So I think when we plan, we're gonna plan area by area, not everybody as just one shot, one block. I don't know if the other councilors see that, but I was lost when I started to read, like, you don't have any names for confidentiality, but I understand that. But you didn't even know where's this response coming from, which area or which area. And some people want small shop. I want to know if my people want small shop or big shop store or something. So if we can do that, it will be nice, so. Thank you.
So you too, Mr. Chair, just also to elaborate on that a little bit more, when we did the UNIAC secondary planning strategy, we did a survey specific when we did that, and there was over 400 responses from the community when we did that one. So there is another survey out there just for Mount Uniac that was done through that process as well. And that wasn't too long ago, that was just 2 years ago.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, do we have a demographics breakdown of the respondents? Did we ask the question for age group?
Through Mr. Chair, yep, we did. It's on.
I was trying to find it and I saw it somewhere, but I couldn't find it when I was going through here, what page it was on.
It is question 2 on page 54. So you have under 18s and then all the way up. So was there a certain age group that you were looking for?
I'm just trying to see it load up. It's not on the screen, so.
No, it's in the actual report. I can bring up the actual report if you like.
Yeah, if you just, I was trying to find it, because I believe when I looked at it, that, you know, the percentages were very heavy in one direction. Over a certain age, you know, 35 to 40 was the largest. I just pulled it up here now. I found it finally. Thank you for giving me the page. Because I know in talking to some people in my area with young families, that they can't go out at 7 o'clock at night and attend any of these meetings. People with young families can't do that. So it's very difficult, and you know, it is one of the problems, you can say, with even surveys and stuff, because, you know, with everything that's going on, and most people were parents here, you know, you can kind of see how that can impact. And if you look at the low turnout, I would, you know, from 25 to 34, I did expect many between 18 and 24, but 16% of people responding to that, like, you know, from the whole municipality, how does that go with our breakdown? And how do these numbers pan out with the breakdown of our community? Because when we talk about something like aesthetics, that's a generational thing. You know, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. You might like this, you might not like that. You know, if you look at a lot of the new developments that happen and a lot of the things, there's a lot of very industrial stuff happening. And my sister-in-law is in her mid-20s, and that's what they all gravitate to. They want to go to the industrial coffee shops, they want to go to the more darker, blacker buildings, like, you know, kind of that type of thing. Now, my mother and myself have completely different views, and I have a different view from her. So depending upon the breakdown of the demographics of who's responding, some of these aesthetic questions are really gonna be generational. They're not gonna be a good overview. The meat and bones of where it's at is in the responses of what people wanna see in their communities and stuff moving forward, because, time is gonna move on for everybody. And everybody, likes to live in their time period as what they remember, but it all passes us by. So I was just wondering if these demographic numbers match our breakdown as per the, what we have.
Through Mr. Chair, it's actually interesting, if you do look at our demographics, East Hants tends to empty out after high school up until probably people start forming families, because we don't have a secondary educational place.
Yeah.
So we do tend to we don't have a lot of that early 20s living in our community that they're all there are some, but living with their parents and stuff, but there's a lot that have gone off to university and stuff, so we might not have captured those people that have.
But we have a lot of late 20s, early 30s people.
So you, Mr. Chair, yes, and we did have 97 responses from that
Responses, right.
category.
So I'm just, if you look down at the numbers, do those numbers equal out to what our demographics are? Because that would give us a really good adequate representative is we have the numbers here who responded. Does that fit the picture of our communities? Because in certain areas of our communities, we have very aged communities, and in certain areas of our communities, we have some very young communities and a lot of young members, and they're gonna have a different vision for their future for the next 50 years than people who have a vision now for that period of time. So it's just one of those things, like I just caution when we look at things like aesthetics, because it is a generational thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Warden Rolston.
Thank you. And just going back, this demographic is for the survey. This demographic is not for the people that came out to meetings.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. This is just the larger of the two surveys, yeah.
And anyone could fill out the survey at any time, day or night.
That's correct, yeah. Anybody could fill it out.
Right. I just have a brief comment, and I know that there's no perfect way to do this, and we do the best we can. But I understand Councillor Garden-Cole's point that people thought they would have more opportunity just to say what they thought without being guided, for lack of a better word, by specific questions. I'll give you an example. When it comes to the big one, do you support the protection of agricultural land? And wow, 97, almost 98%, yes. Well, yeah, off the top of the head. But I'm gonna go back to one lady at a meeting that I was asked the question. I heard her say, absolutely, yes. And it surprised me. And I said, really? When I talked to her, I said, I was a little surprised by your, how enthusiastic you were about that. Do you understand what protecting agricultural land meant? Well, really, no. So I explained to her, well, no, that's not what she thought. She thought it meant to protect the farmer. If people moved in and complained about the smells of farming and that's what protecting agricultural land meant to her, protecting the farmer's right to farm. So, she's probably not the only one. And we sit around here and we discuss this, and we know what protecting agricultural land means to us. The general public doesn't see it in many cases the same way we do. So that's the caution that I put there when we put these questions out. We have to tell people what the questions mean, because in many cases, I think you'll find that someone in the general public might have an entirely different definition of what that means. And like I said, how many of these people thought protecting agricultural land meant protecting that land, protecting the farmer's land so they could still farm it when people from the city moved out and didn't want the farming close to their homes and that, and this was an intelligent lady, owned her own business, but that's what she thought protecting agricultural land and farmers' agricultural land meant. So we have to be cautious, and we have to make sure we're getting a real understanding of what the answers we're getting mean, and we'll just do the best we can do as we go on, I guess. And those are my comments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Councilor Rhino.
Kind of building on that, and Councilor Garden Cole mentioned at the start of this, those public information meetings, they're not what I think people expected. And when you come up with statements, what if money was no object, dream, or whatever you want, I think that's being a little bit unrealistic, because money is an obstacle for a lot of people. And I just think it was, I don't know, it wasn't what I expected, and I think it's pie in the sky kind of thing. What do you want? Well, I'd like to have a warehouse full of antique cars, but I don't because I can't afford it. So I really don't like that line of questioning being, money no object or whatever no object. I think we have to work in more realistic circumstances in and around the communities in which we live, not given a kind of a dreamlike attitude toward this. And this is what hurt me, and a lot of other people mentioned that to me in the meetings. This is not what they expected, and I just wanted to throw that out there. That I know you have to have structure around a meeting. Don't get me wrong, but when you come up with statements like "money's no object," yeah, well, it is an object, and I think the staff has to realize that.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just looking at the age categories, I think that there is definitely a difference in different age categories, what people want and what they like. But what we have to remember is that people are always advancing from one age category to the next. So there will always be 25 to 35-year-olds, and they will move on, and then they will be 45 to 55-year-olds, and their opinions will change. But we will always have residents at every age group. So there will always be people liking different things. As far as Councillor Musa pointed out, so I went to 5 of the meetings, and when the staff member got up and summarized from each table what was important to the residents or what were the high points, I wrote all those down so that at each of those meetings, when I look back at my notes, I can say, well, you know what, in Mount Uniacke, this is what was important to them. And obviously in Enfield, this is what was important to them. And Rawdon, especially for places where I know what's important to Enfield people or what isn't, but in the areas that I'm not from, it gave me a better understanding of what was important in those areas. So it is good to have some information in that relation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Tingley.
Through the chair, I'd just like to comment on we're making an issue of the numbers of responses and that sort of thing and how to interpret it. It's certainly not staff's fault that only 25% of the public vote or whatever number of people responded to these surveys or attended to these meetings, but I really do think you put good questions out there and you collected good information. I don't know what people interpret the meaning of some of the questions you ask, like about protecting agricultural land, but to me, it's pretty straightforward. Are you protecting the land or you're not protecting the land? But there could be some misunderstandings of that. I just want to say that I thought you've done an excellent job of trying to allow everybody that wants to have input into this plan to have it. Prior to becoming a councillor, I never had input into municipal plans, and I had every opportunity to have input into it. And I can see now that I'm here on council that you're doing everything you can do to try to encourage people to have input, and I think you've got good input. That's my only comments.
Thank you, Councillor. As this was information purposes only, I encourage council to take time to go through it again and to bring forth any questions you have as we go through the process. Thank you, Debbie and staff, for that enjoyable presentation. I'll be looking through it again. The last item on the agenda is an in-camera session, pre-application policy request. So motion to go in camera.
So moved.
Moved in second, we go into camera. All those in favor? Contrary minded? I'd like to move that Planning Advisory Committee met in camera, and we report the application policy which requests, and it was approved going forward. We have a, oops. I gotta get back. Councilor Musa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that staff come with a report about a possible second access that could make our community safer.
So moved to second. Deputy Warden Dixon.
Thank you, through the chair to the, motion. Is this for private, residential, what roads? All these hands. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Rhino?
Yes, sir. So, this on a go-forward applications, or is this entirely across the municipality right now?
Just to discuss where we could be.
I can't hear you, sir.
Just a minute. Go ahead, Councilor.
Yeah, across the municipality where it's possible to come back to council with a report and we decide which one could be done or which one should be waiting.
On everything that is over 100 units now? What-
Wherever we can make our community safer, 100 or smaller, or like the warden was saying about one we reject before the fire. And now after the fire, everything changed and the whole view of the council changed because we want to make our community safer, so.
So then, we're gonna look at roads that could have less than 100 units, and we're gonna make them have a second access.
No, no.
Is that not what you're saying?
Just wants a report to identify where there might be opportunity.
Report for opportunity.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Thank-
sorry,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair, just like for a little clarification, so I assume you mean wherever we have opportunities like existing walkways or undeveloped right-of-ways, that kind of thing? But you're not talking about us creating new right-of-ways, expropriating land, that kind of thing? You're just, okay, I think that's,
Where we own the land and,
This is only a report.
yeah.
CAO, you want to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to say Debbie did do a report on sort of the bigger picture of 100 lots, and there was, maps with potential roads and whatnot. But for clarification, like that report can form an appendices to this report because those still exist. But we can look at those smaller pieces that can do some quick fix kind of ones. Yeah.
Thank you, CAO. Councilor McPhee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this brings up something when I was at the AGM for the Shibboleth Community Development Association. They had wondered about it with Havenwood and McGinnis Drive. We'll cross across to Havenwood. When you come in from the south side, you're totally on municipal property. And it was suggested there that the municipality might want to look at maybe widening out, improving that part of it so that we would have a second access for the people that live in Havenwood, especially with the, expansion that we're seeing there. So that kind of fits into this whole proposal of Councilor Moose's that, especially where Havenwood hasn't been developed yet, that's cut out. But and there is already a good path there. Maybe it could be widened out and made as a 3-meter wide access.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, that those trails aren't owned, those properties aren't owned by the municipality, so that would be something different than what was directed by Councillor Musa.
Well, that part of the trail is on municipal land.
But it doesn't connect back down to Highway 2.
Sure does when I drive off it and park there.
They'll look at it.
Yeah, just,
That particular one, I believe there's water wells in that vicinity that would.
yes, there are, yeah.
Traffic going over them, so those are the kinds of things.
Well,
we
you
have to
wouldn't,
consider.
yeah. But anyway, yeah, just, not saying that we're gonna do it, but it would be a good idea to look at it if we're gonna look at it. So,
It's a well field.
it was just a suggestion from SCDA, so, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Counselor. Nobody left to speak, we'll go to the vote.
Somebody hasn't voted.
We're waiting for somebody. And the motion is passed unanimously. That concludes the planning advisory for today. I want to thank the public members for joining us. We're scheduled for an adjournment and break, so. Motion to adjourn?
Are we coming back into I and O, or are we coming back to finish corporate?
I know. So we are adjourned, coming back in
10 minutes, it shows here.
4:30 for I know with Council Perry as chair.
Operations Committee. I look for approval of the minutes of June 16th, 2026. Anybody see any errors or omissions? Seeing nobody to comment, the minutes are approved. We'll go on to the first presentation. Snow clearing standards for Mount Uniacke Business Park, the policy for winter cleaning standards for roads and sidewalks. First up to talk, Matthew.
Matt sends his regrets, unfortunately. So you have me, Alex Fenton, the supervisor of road operations. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee before you today is the service standards for snow clearing in Mount Uniacke. February 25th, 2026, council in their regular meeting moved that council direct staff to provide the Mount Uniacke Business Park winter road maintenance as a priority one service level as established in the East Hants policy for winter clearing standards for roads and sidewalks, aligning at the same priority level as the Elmsdale Business Park for fiscal 26-27. And set the same level of winter maintenance for all municipally developed business parks going forward, with adjustments to be made for no salt use areas as required. Staff reviewed the current standards, contractor availability, and the limited road length for clearing in the Uniacke Business Park. And staff are actually recommending that a standalone service level be created that differs slightly from the current priority one service level established in the policy. This would allow staff to utilize current contractor availability and gain better understanding of the potential changes and challenges posed by conducting snow clearing operations in the area. The current contract for snow clearing runs through the 2027-2028 fiscal cycle and would allow for additional updates at the time. For some background, the Mount Uniacke Business Park is majorly within the Pockwalk watershed as defined by Halifax Water. The watershed is a protected watershed and use of road salts is restricted. The map before you shows kind of the Pockwalk watershed where it intersects within the Mount Uniacke Business Park. For context, the north side there in the picture would be Richard John Drive. The turnaround time for Elmsdale Business Park with the priority one is every 3 hours. Due to the distance between Mount Uniacke and the current contractor potential base, staff are proposing a 5-hour turnaround to allow for equipment to return to base either for fuel, salts, or sand, or to switch drivers, etc. Lastly, again, with the standard being that for gravel roads, we usually look for passable. Staff are recommending the finished condition of the road be snow covered and passable with accumulation of not more than 10 centimeters for hard pack. Staff are further recommending that during operational hours for the business park of Monday to Friday, 8 to 5, that accumulation should not reach more than 5 centimeters where snowplow crews start making passes. This would potentially allow for better passing. Staff would monitor the effectiveness of this throughout the winter. And so I'm going to move to the actual standards to show the kind of changes that we're proposing. Anything highlighted is what's being added to the policy at this time. So just adding into our definitions, Mount Uniacke and the business park, and what we define as the roads that are currently built or planned within the business park itself. The update to sanding is here, similar to our current roads. We would look at potentially pre-treating and see the benefits of that pre-storm. And this is the standard for our cut through that's standalone for the Uniacke Business Park. And the comments that would align with that. And I'll move back to the recommended motions are in front of you, and I ask for any questions.
Seeing nobody with questions, Councillor Musa.
Thank you. You mentioned about the contract going to 27, 28. With which contract you're talking about, like that with the province or with the contractor you have here?
Through the chair, that would be the contractor that we currently have. The exchange that we do with the province is on an ongoing yearly basis. So every year we would kind of work with the province, but our current roads contract goes through the 2028
Yeah,
fiscal.
so, okay, so you're gonna use the contractor here.
That's the hope, is to try and utilize that current contractor, just given the difficulties with identifying contractors for the year at the time.
Thank you. Yeah, I move the recommended motion. Number,
There are two motions there. I can make it bigger if that would help.
okay, so I gotta move 1 and 2 or just one? There's just one motion?
Just one.
The first one?
This one, first
Yeah.
one, yeah. Both, I think it's both of them, yeah, because there's two. There's a recommend to
At
council.
same time or separately?
Same time as
You
my
can move them at the
understanding.
same time.
Okay. I move that the Infrastructure and Operation Committee recommend to council that council give notice of intent to adopt the East Hants policy for winter clearing standards for roads and sidewalks as presented to committee on July 21st, 2026. And move the Infrastructure and Operation Committee recommends to council that council approve the East Hants policy for winter clearing standards for roads and sidewalks as attached to the July 21st, 2026 committee agenda.
Moved and seconded. Seeing no further discussion, we'll go to the vote. And the motion's passed unanimously. Moving on to bylaw IO 300-2, an amendment to bylaw IO 300. Bylaw respecting the regulations, or the regulation of connections and discharges to public sewer systems update. And who's taking that one? Garrett? Jared, sorry. Go ahead, Jared, whenever you're ready.
Hold on, I can get off of mine. You're gonna do it? Yep.
Want me to send it to you? You want to plug it in? There you go. There are a couple attachments and stuff too, so, okay. Yes, okay, thank you. Yeah, I will be presenting, I guess, a staff report here for recommended amendments to the bylaw, INO 300 sewer bylaw. In the summary is, I guess, this outlines the responsibility of residents and the municipality for the installation and maintenance of our municipal sewer system. We're recommending that the bylaw be updated to decrease the allowable biochemical oxygen demand concentration. There's no financial impact associated with this update. I'm going to give a bit of background before I go to the recommendation. So section 4.3.18 in our bylaw, we're recommending an amendment to reduce the concentration of the wastewater from 300 milligrams to 200 milligrams per liter to align with the design criteria, which was outlined in our Porter Dillon Infrastructure Capacity Study completed in 1998, which also represents a typical design value. There was no supporting documentation to justify our existing allowable BOD concentration of 300 milligrams per liter as currently in our sewer bylaw. If you want to open the Porter Dillon report, just the highlighted area there is kind of the supporting document for the revision or the amendment. If you want to open the actual bylaw there now. Yep, just scroll down to where the highlighted area is. It's simply just updating it from 300 milligrams per liter to 200 milligrams per liter. Right there, up right below the table. So yeah, if you want to go back to the recommended motion, if there's any questions.
Thank you. First up to speak, Counselor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. How does reduction 300 to 200 affect the process of sewage?
So the BOD, I guess you just want to understand what BOD is? Yeah. So biochemical oxygen demand is the amount of oxygen required for the actual digestion of the system. So we are only, we are limited at, it's designed for 200 milligrams per liter. So currently, having it listed as 300 milligrams per liter could imply that we can process a greater strength concentration of sewer than we actually can. Did that answer your question?
It does. Is it more efficient at 300 or 200 is the standard?
Through you, the chair, 200 is the standard and what our actual lagoon is designed to digest. 300 would be too strong a concentration. It would be too much organic material to break down.
Okay, thanks. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Counselor Merriam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to staff, thanks for the report. Yeah, with the BOD getting it down to 200, I was just wondering roughly how long will it take to get the new measure to get it down from 300 to 200?
Through you, the chair, this isn't like an actual measurement of what we are currently at the lagoon. It's kind of setting a limitation of what we'll accept into the lagoon. So it's like currently we are not exceeding the level of 200. I believe it's somewhere in just above 100 that we're currently receiving at the lagoon now. However, it could imply, or it's allowing a concentration that we really shouldn't be accepting at the lagoon.
Okay, you know, I hadn't anticipated that, but you know, could you give me an idea of a typical range and what a high BOD reading might look like, given that our bylaw is currently 300?
One second, I'm just going to open up something real quick here.
That's good news, though.
Yeah.
That we're
it's a good
100.
catch. Yes.
Yeah. If there's a lot of digging, even anecdotally is fine.
Yeah. No. So yeah, through you, the chair, just for kind of understanding it, like a weak sanitary would be considered 100 milligrams per liter. A medium sanitary would be 220 milligrams per liter. Strong would be 400 milligrams per liter. Just for reference.
Yeah, and our readings are usually closer to the 100.
I would say we're somewhere around 130.
Okay. Yeah, good. I'd like to go ahead and just make the motion. I move that the Infrastructure and Operations Committee recommends to Council that Council approves and gives first reading to Bylaw 10-302, an amendment to Bylaw 10-300, IO 300 perhaps, a bylaw respecting the regulation of connections and discharges to public sewer systems, sewer bylaw as attached to the Executive Committee agenda of July 21st, 26.
Moved and seconded. Still on to speak, Counselor Mitchell.
Just a quick question. So there must be a cost saving by going to the reduction?
No, it's not, we're not reducing anything. We're not even approaching the lesser. It's just a housekeeping amendment.
Oh, just housekeeping, so not saving any money.
Our policy, what our plant thing was designed for.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe we were saving money.
No. it could, like, leaving it at 300, we could end up like allowing something that we really shouldn't allow, I guess.
The savings are, we don't destroy the septic system.
Exactly.
The lagoon and the environment. All right. Seeing nobody left to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the motion's passed unanimously. That brings us to the end of I&O. We will adjourn and reconvene in Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec, we still have two things left to go in camera for. So. Hold on a second there, Counselor. Can you press your button so I can just get you on? Go ahead.
When we did adjourn Parks, Recreation, Culture, it was said either at the end of the day or tomorrow, and I'm looking at this late evening. Would not that pick that up Thursday night?
We were on the last item.
Yeah, but there's quite a bit of discussion still around one subject there. And a lot of speakers that were on at that time. Just to the will of, see what the will of committee is.
Seems like the consensus is today, so we'll reconvene now in Parks and Rec with Counselor Rhino.
See, how's the savings?
Oh, good, Charlie.
All right, I'd like to welcome everybody back to Parks, Recreation, and Culture. I'd like to report that we met in camera to discuss a contractual issue. I'll now open the floor for any discussion. Counselor Miriam, what is your wish?
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to go ahead and move a motion, please. I move that the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Committee recommends to council to, one, continue the current partnership model between the East Hants Museum Society and the municipality, with municipal staff providing support to strengthen governance operations, and two, request that the society develop a 3 to 5 year operational plan to help guide future operations and plan for available grant funding. And three, encourage the society to pursue additional grant opportunities to strengthen its operations and reduce resilience on municipal funding. And four, enlist a structural engineer to assess the building structure for better long-term planning using up to $8,000 plus HST from professional fees reserve. And five, that the East Hants Museum Society be required to present to council as part of the 2027-2028 budget discussion.
Okay, it's been duly moved and seconded. Any comment or question with regard to the motion? Seeing my screen clear, we will go to the vote. No, I don't think. Unless we're instructed. Okay, what do we go to here, boss? It just passes? Oh, yes, passed unanimously.
Okay, you're back on, Charlie.
All right, seeing nothing further on the agenda for this evening, I will adjourn this meeting to resume to gavel in the east for Thursday night at 6:30 or 7? 7 o'clock.